And good morning and welcome to the Clearwater County meeting for September 24th, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, FOIP 41. So now call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us, looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Cermak, thank you. All those in favor? And that is carried. Just a note for the minutes that regrets are from Councillor Graham today. Looking at item 3.1, which is the adoption of the minutes of the regular meeting for September 10th, 2024. Any errors or omissions in those minutes? If not, motion to adopt. Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on to item 4.1 in regards to bylaws, it's the first reading of bylaw 1206/24, the application to amend the land use bylaw, and turning it over to Mr. Clarkson this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Before you is application. Before you use application to present land use amendment. William Nelson currently holds title to Plan Northeast 2 41-6, which contains 160 acres. The subject land is in the agricultural district and is located approximately 25 kilometers northeast of the town of Rocky Mountain House. Sheldon Vandermeer, on behalf of William Nelson, has made application to redesignate 21 acres located in the northeast portion of the quarter section from the agricultural district to the intensive agriculture district. The remaining 139 acres of the quarter section would remain under the agriculture district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with a subdivision application process to create a separate 21-acre parcel. The proposed 21-acre intensive ag parcel is undeveloped. Access to the proposed 21-acre parcel will be obtained from a new access off of Range Road 6-1. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from existing accesses off of Range Road 6-1, adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow for the creation of AV boarding, a small horse boarding facility, which will provide adequate safe space for up to 68 horses. This facility will contain horse corrals to house the boarders. Feeding will be monitored and additional supplements or medications will be administered when needed. The facility will also provide additional amenities to clients, which will have access to outdoor riding arena during business hours. The applicant has indicated possible future expansion into small cattle operation or beekeeping. The proposed land use amendment will also allow the applicant to live on site while providing a manageable parcel of agricultural land suitable for starting the proposed business. In addition, it will allow someone to purchase the remainder of the farm, the remainder of the quarter section. The surrounding land uses in the area is mainly agricultural with a few residential parcels. The attached package will provide more details to the proposed development, and the applicant is also here to speak to the proposal. Just going to go through a few of the policies. MDP Goal 5.1.2, agriculture, accounts for a broad variety of agricultural activities, types of farming, and size of farms. 5.2.1, Clearwater County shall consider agriculture as important land use within the county in its efforts to plan for agriculture. Clearwater County shall recognize that there is a considerable variety type of agricultural production and size of farms and farming operations. 5.2.5, the county shall encourage development of agricultural business within the county, where the following criteria is listed below would meet the satisfaction of the county. And policy considerations. The redesignation of the land is to create an intensive agricultural parcel to operate a horse boarding and riding arena facility. Access to the property shall be obtained off of Range Road 6-1, which is a county maintained road. The proposed 21-acre parcel fits within the intensive agriculture district as a smaller property cannot sufficiently maintain the business derived by the landowner without having to scale and responsibility of the whole quarter section. The proposed business operation on the parcel is better suited on the proposed property parcel size. This district would better be able to support the proposed operation while allowing for more diverse agricultural opportunities and allowing for the applicants to make agriculture his livelihood. After reviewing the proposed considerations, the impact to the adjacent farming activities, staff feel that the proposal would not negatively impact the existing farming operations in the area, as the proposed is smaller in nature, so farming operations found in the agricultural district and has a small customer base for minimal traffic. Public Works, Regional Fire, along with other agencies will receive the opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, I'm opening the floor for questions or comments in regards to the application. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just looking at the sketch on page 21 in our package, the hand-drawn sketch, you were saying that the applicant looks to expand into cattle. I'm not seeing how there would be any room for that.
Yes, yeah. For the light, Mike. Go ahead. That's all right. We're tech and training today. That's great.
Do you have Adrian's mic?
At the time of application, the applicant indicated that if the opportunity presented itself, the landowner would have been willing to allow him to purchase another portion of the quarter section, depending on the success of the proposed operation. So that's why he's saying he was considering to expand into cattle operations, providing that the proposed business is successful. The applicant is also here to speak to that portion of the application as well.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I was just telling Adrian, if the opportunity did present itself, I might be able to buy the remaining quarter section off of that parcel. But who knows what could happen from today or tomorrow or 10 years from now with the landowner, when he decides what he wants to do. So that's why I kept it in my options.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments, questions from council? Or looking for a motion? I've driven by the property. I can understand the desire for the intensive, for the creation of it. I think this has always been an issue with all of us in regards to that zoning, and but at the end of the day, having an opportunity to create another size parcel is, in my opinion, is a good thing, and it's going to be farming activities, so that's a good thing to have happen. So I would be in favor of going to a public hearing. But any other? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I'll make the motion that we, the council grants first reading to the bylaw 1206/24 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Northcott.
Just, I'll support first reading to go to the public, so it's advertised and stuff out to the public. But I'm just curious, does this really meet the definition of intensive agriculture?
Mr. Clark?
Yeah. Based on the proposal, yes, it meets the definition. One of the requirements, as you can see in the description for the land use, if it's below a certain amount of acres, if it's less than 80 acres, it could definitely meet the proposed description of intensive agriculture.
So what's intensive about this application?
The use of it.
It doesn't appear to be very intensive, in my opinion, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, this is something I've struggled with all of these intensive ones. I really hope that we will dig into the land use bylaw, because our intensive agricultural district is not the same as NRCB's definition, right? Those are two different things. We don't regulate NRCB applications. But I agree, the word intensive agriculture in my brain doesn't apply because I directly go to like NRCB's definition. So I'm looking forward to having it looked at in our land use bylaw, because having like small scale livestock operation or something like that would probably be more of a definition other than intensive agriculture, because I always look at like confined feeding operation, which we don't regulate when I think intensive agriculture. So I can agree with Councillor Northcott, not necessarily seeing the intensity of it, but that's how our land use bylaw is written, and it's, you know, a couple decades old, so it has its struggles.
Okay.
I did reach out to NRCB to get a better understanding of their definition of intensive agriculture. The reason for their definition of intensive agriculture is mostly to monitor the amount of manure produced, and providing it does not meet that their minimum requirement for the amount produced by operation, in their mind it's not intensive. That's the only measuring stick that they have, is the amount of manure being produced by whatever operation that's taking place. I did also reach out to a few other municipalities in regards in their definition of intensive agriculture, and would an application such as this meet their definition of intensive agriculture. And for a wide variety of them, it does meet their definition of intensive, other than, you know, other requirements that they may have for intensive agriculture. For a large majority of them, an application such as this would be viewed by other municipalities as intensive agriculture.
Thank you for that. Councillor Northcott?
I guess just one other comment. I suppose if this is considered intensive ag, then would not every other parcel in Clearwater County now be considered intensive ag?
Mr. Clark?
That would be based on, each application is viewed by what the applicant has applied, so it would be a case by case. So when an applicant brings in their application, we'll review it, and if it would meet the requirements of intensive ag, then we'll ask the applicant to consider intensive ag as an option. If not, then we will not consider that as an intensive ag application. So each application is case by case.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yeah, one more question, or statement. I guess if you were to take all a lot of this documentation as can be personally interpreted from one person to another. But if you take all the applications out and look to reality of really what's in the landscape of Clearwater County, it would appear like if this is intensive ag, then every other small parcel in Clearwater County would also be intensive ag. Anybody that has a couple of horses or a small scale operation would be, you know, then intensive ag, right?
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning. Yes, I have to admit that I have similar concerns that, you know, this small of an operation doesn't seem supportable where intensive ag is typically more so. However, I will support first reading so that we can have a fair process on this.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights and no other discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor for first reading? Thank you, and that motion is carried, and thank you for coming in today. So moving on in our agenda, we will move along into the new business, corporate services. And the first item is 5.1.1 is the 2024 broadband budget adjustment. Director Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. Bring before you today a recommendation from the Broadband Committee to approve a following budget adjustment. Increase the broadband capital budget in 2024 by $4,527,691. Increase grant revenue also in 2024 by $3,125,900. And decrease the contingency by $1,401,791.
Thank you. So as discussed in our broadband committee meeting held on the 17th, we've gone through the numbers then as a committee. So looking for a motion in that regard. Just for clarity, when we say increase the grant revenue, that is grant revenue that is not county tap, that is grant revenue that's being received from the government, correct?
Correct, two governments actually.
Two governments.
It's a 50-50 partnership between the Government of Alberta and the Government of Canada.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I have a question about this item in particular. It's good to see some work starting to happen. I've been telling people that the UBF grants were $25.75. Was our application only for like 1/3, 2/3? Do I need to correct my story?
CEO Emmons?
I believe the grants are public knowledge. As any grant, not everything is eligible. So at this time, as discussed, the eligibility of grants is, because everything isn't eligible, we are anticipating less.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Lougheed?
Out on the limb here a little bit. Do we want these motions to be all-encompassing of the staff recommendation or bits and bites?
Preference?
Because I can make
Yeah.
a motion based on
Bits and bites?
bits
Or
and
more?
bites.
Or?
I think probably there could be an opportunity to incorporate all the staff recommendations within one motion, and I would look to staff for the wording on that, but I would be pleased to make the motion to reflect the staff recommendation before us.
Thank you. So that, as read out by Director Hagan, I believe that was the staff recommendation that we would approve the recommendation from the Broadband Committee for those amounts. Very good. Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. As presented to the Broadband Committee, the business plan, as the system currently stands, if it was not to be built out, it would run a deficit in perpetuity. And the community would always constantly have a budget line in the negative for broadband. However, if we are able to build out this project, as has been planned to do so in partnership with the provincial and federal governments, it doesn't run a deficit in perpetuity. It actually is a net benefit to the community, and for that reason, I'm supporting that motion today, for that net benefit and the other benefits that broadband brings to any community, ensuring that that digital divide is getting that little bit smaller between urban and rural.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I believe the motion's on the floor from Councillor Lougheed. I'll call the question. All those, okay, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I wasn't clear if Councillor Law, he'd actually made the motion or if there was discussion that he was going to. But
I believe he made the motion as per the staff recommendation, as mentioned. Yes.
okay, so I do have a couple comments. Thank you. I'm
Okay.
sorry for the last minute. The business plan, you know, I've seen other things where there's errors in plans and the large investment that will be made into this. There's already access, like for a lot of businesses, if they do want access to fiber, there's that, they've already tied into a fiber connection. And there's many residents. Was there any public consultation or any surveys or any resident feedback whether the residents of Clearwater County desire this piece of infrastructure and the large investment that will go into it?
CEO Ammons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Forgive me, Councillor Northcott, my memory may not be spot on for a year, but previous council did go out and do a number of open houses and consultation and engage the public as to whether fiber to the home or with or without grants, and proposed the scenarios. So feedback was brought back to the council at that time.
Okay, I guess I'll just say that I've heard lots of feedback from residents. I've seen lots of comments where people have tried to voice their opinions and stuff on social media. So for those those reasons, I hear those people, and I'm not going to support this motion, and I would also request a recorded vote.
All right, is there a request for a recorded vote? And so the motion's on the floor to approve the, as per staff recommendation for the budget adjustment. All right, looking for no more plates, I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Now moving on to public works operations, item 5.2.1, which is the Rocky Mountain House Airport's Airfield lighting project. Good morning.
Morning.
And welcome. Please, all yours, Mr. Hu.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. So Public Works item is the Rocky Mountain House Airport's Airfield lighting project. So as Council is aware, the town of Rocky Mountain House is a managing partner of the airport, and costs are split 50-50 by the town and the county. A joint budget of $622,000 was approved for the airfield lighting project for the year 2024. This contains $77,750 from the county's contribution, the same amount from the town, and the remaining $466,500 expected to be funded by the Alberta Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program, Community Airport Program Grant. So this grant application was successful, which provides $497,444 to this project. And a note here is that this grant cannot be deferred, delayed, or increased. The contractor was secured and they started work since August 2024. The original project intended to reuse existing infrastructure. However, some significant issues have arisen. Pictures of these issues from the town are attached. Specifically, the first is that the existing runway light sticks are in poor condition and require significant maintenance. There are some missing sticks with lights mounted off alignment on the adjacent pulpit. To fix these, the additional works cost is $98,000, including hydrovac, which will in turn protect the existing cables and put the secondary cables inside the frangible coupling, protecting it from rodents. The second is that the originally proposed wiring through the existing VESI, which is Visual Approach Path Indicator System, is not possible as the conduit has multiple bends around each light. To retrench this conduit, it would be very costly, possibly more than $125,000. A solution is that the existing VESI wiring may be used for the new Precision Approach Path Indicator PAPI system. The existing cable is shown to be in working condition. As such, reusing the existing wiring for tie-in and the conduit repairs incurs the cost of $34,000. So to sum up, adding the aforementioned first and second costs together, an additional funding of $132,000 is required to complete the most effective repairs for the airport's long-term future. Since this is a 50-50 shared project between the county and the town, a reallocation of $66,000 will be required from the county. As a conclusion, staff's recommendation is that council approves a reallocation of $66,000 to be used for the installation of runway system lighting upgrades at the Rocky Mountain House Airport rather than the construction of a new terminal building. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How was the original $622,000 determined? Looks like they did an inspection once they got there. Like, was an inspection not done to determine the original $622,000?
Yeah, it was determined, assumed using the existing infrastructure. However, after further investigation, it was not feasible anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I have a similar concern that most of these problems that are listed as being a cause for an overrun were apparent before, that they're not new. So it's you know, and why is it being added to the scope of work now? And maybe that question is rhetorical. My second question is, if we take funding from the airport terminal, is that the proposal? Yes. How will that impact moving forward with a terminal building now that we know the foundation is reusable?
Foundation of the airport, the latest news I got from town is that they reach out to different engineering companies for quotes and scope of work to assess the foundation. They got the quotes back, is under budget for the amount budget for the engineering assessment. And after that, it still remain unknown.
Okay.
Okay, CO Emmons.
Thank you, and maybe if I could add to the answer given, pending on future decisions by the two councils, it may not, Councillor Ratcliffe. ICC is currently discussing options for the airport and the proposed terminal, and depending on the two councils' future conversations and decisions, it may not impact.
Okay. All right. alleviates my concern. Thank you.
Are any further questions, Councillor Lahi?
Thank you. I may have a couple of questions here, but my understanding is that in this facility jointly owned by both the town and Clearwater County, that the management of the airport is under the direction of the town. They are the managing partner. Am I correct in saying that? And as managing partner, they are responsible for a maintenance program on a very safety-oriented kind of facility. This is more so than, we're always interested in public safety, but to me, having airport runway marker lights held up by a piece of lath is not what I would expect from the staff that we have some direction over. That quality, that level of service, just on the surface, doesn't appear to be the kind of management I would support. I would definitely want to see safety being a priority, and somehow having a light out of alignment with the runway and having it held up by a piece of lath, to me, that it should have perhaps come to a decision, or to a decision before this point in time. I'm shocked actually that that's what we deteriorated on. The question as well for the staff recommendation, just the wording there appeared that it was either or, like we can do this necessary safety related lighting or a terminal building. I hope maybe the motion that comes forward that isn't really limiting, that, well, we can't consider an air or a terminal building or upgrades to a terminal building, or consider it because we have to do, we have to take the lath out and put these lights up properly. I don't think it should be an either or. I think we can still talk about things that are obviously maintenance related, as well as future capital projects separately, but maybe that's more of a comment than a question. But, anyway, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Lougheed, I 100% agree, which is why I asked how it was assessed previously, because those are things that on the surface you should have been able to see when the engineering company initially gave an assessment of the $622,000 to do the project. But regardless, we are here now, and it is a safety project that, in my opinion, needs to go forward, needs to continue. That airport is used not just for recreational activities, even though that is an amazing thing. It's also used for medevac and forest protection, etc. So I definitely think that this needs to come through. I do agree with you, though. I think that it shouldn't be an either or. So I'm going to take a stab at a motion here. The council approves a reallocation of $66,000 to be used for the installation of runway system lighting upgrades at the Rocky Mountain House Airport, and that is to come from the airport reserve, not the rather than part of that motion that's written.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, maybe I can clarify a little bit. So this is all about transparency and identifying that the project that was initially budgeted for is not the project that these funds are going to be used for. So it doesn't mean that you can't move forward on a different project in the future. ICC has indicated that they've essentially scrapped the project that was budgeted for in 2024, and instead of taking additional funds from the restricted surplus in 2024, administration would just like to use the budgeted amount that's already in airport capital, $66,000 of it, and put it towards the lighting. And that way, when budget deliberations happen, or once the ICC decides what project they would like to move forward with on the terminal, funding sources can be identified then when we have a total project dollar amount that the committee decides is beneficial for the community for that project.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add to Councillor Lougheed's comments that, yes, when you're on approach at night, the spacing between the runway lights is one of the indicators of your actual height above ground. So it is a safety concern. I think this points out the resourceful measures the airport manager has taken to keep the airport operating while he's trying to get this item onto the budget. As he has been talking for a few years of work needing to be done on the airport lights. So
Thank you. And also
I
to
will
make,
support this motion.
thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Also understanding too that a significant amount of this project has been covered by the Alberta Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program, the STIP grant. So that is wonderful because not necessarily, I know airports in general don't get much funding, especially municipal ones. So understanding that that's an appreciation to have that amount of money actually put towards this project. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I have a problem with this whole episode here. If this is the standard of maintenance that we're doing at our airport, I have some real issues with that. I can see that if a light is broken and turned over, we have to get it set back up immediately. But it should not stay out of alignment for more than maybe a few hours, maybe at the most a week. But it looks like this has went on for quite some time. I would hope that isn't our maintenance standard out there, because it certainly is not our standard in our county when we're dealing with our roads and stuff. I'm sorry to have to pick on whoever is looking after that, but this is not a standard that's acceptable to me.
So, Ms. Sarahan, looking at the motion that's been provided, is that enough direction in regards or as far as coming from airport reserves? Ms. Sarahan?
Yes, the initial project was coming from restricted surplus, the airport restricted surplus, so that is fine. It's just about transparency that the funding will be spent on the lighting in 2024 instead of the terminal building in 2024, and then future projects can be decided from there.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melha?
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to comment on Councillor Cermak's comments. That would be an awesome direction to give the ICC committee to go and negotiate with the managing partner being the town to potentially look at the maintenance policies and procedures and how we can work together to ensure that they're at the safety standard that the county feels would be appropriate for something that we own, because we own half the airport. So perhaps you can make a follow-up motion directing the ICC as a suggestion.
All right, motion on the floor to allocate the $66,000 for the to be used for the installation of the runway system lighting upgrades. Go ahead, CO Emmons.
Thank you. And for council's comfort, if I may, the town sends out monthly reports on the airport and what happens out there, which I believe well informs. The airport's also heavily legislated, and I'm confident that the staff over there does adhere to that legislation. This item's before as a matter of, I would say, large maintenance and a bigger overhaul, which through the town's efforts, they were successful in getting funding for.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and I just want to clarify, my earlier comments were not meant to imply that the individuals responsible for that airport directly were not trying to effect changes and keep the airport safe. That's not my comment. My comment is around the governance process that makes it so unapproachable that we let a problem like this go on too long. I think anybody around either of the council tables I know would want an airport to operate unsafely. But it's getting people together to make those governance-based decisions that I find is kind of awkward and drags it out longer. And it's actually shocking when you see something that should be a go-ahead and fix the lights. That's, I mean, keep the light bulbs on, that's what we get tickets for. If our tail light's out on our car, we're gonna get a ticket for that. That's because it's unsafe. So we wanna make sure we're having a system that allows those people that are on boots on the ground trying to make our maintenance work, that the process is not so awkward that we have to delay that so long that safety is at risk. And that was my focus was not on individuals trying their best to make this work. It's the governance process that is slowing or getting in the way, creating red tape even, if you would, around what is common sense. Get it fixed.
Thank you for that. All right, motions on the floor. No other red lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That motion is carried. Moving on to the Office of the CEO, the 5.31, the 2025 Municipal Election Planning. I turn that over to Ms. Haight. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Brave. Good morning, Council. So as everyone is aware, the municipal election is coming up next year. Currently, it's scheduled for October 20th. However, there is a small caveat depending on what happens at the federal level, because the federal government has earmarked October 20th, 2025 for a federal election. So depending on what happens in the near future, there may be a change in the municipal election date, but that's yet to be determined by Municipal Affairs.
Everybody go to the polls together. I think that is cheaper. Better turn out. It's cheaper.
So the recommendation today is, as per the Local Authorities Election Act, Section 73, 2 and 3, is for council to authorize an advance vote. The advance vote dates and times are to be determined by the returning officer.
Thank you. In regards to anything further as far as our bylaw, this is the only thing that determines, correct, is approving the advance vote. As per Bill 20, there was something about an electors list. Does that need to be part? I know, was that part of our bylaws? Did I read correctly?
Yes.
For clarification?
Bylaw 1109 is an amending bylaw, the elections bylaw 1102, which was done at the last term, and that is allowing for a permanent electors list.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure on that one, and it was mentioned also in the Bill 22 in the electors list for other municipalities, so with that, perfect. All right, straightforward, I believe, but go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I was just gonna make the motion as per staff recommendation.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions, comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Now moving on to item 5.3.2, which is the Rocky Chamber of Commerce request for funding. And turn it over again, please.
Rocky Chamber of Commerce made a presentation to council at their last meeting, and the request is for funding to conduct a workshop with businesses and residents in the area. And the recommendation is that council approves $10,837.50. And you may have noted that it is a different amount compared to what is in the chamber's letter. The town used the amount that was in the presentation from the facilitator, Unstoppable Conversations, and so the county followed suit. And the recommendation is to reallocate in the 2024 operating budget from contingency, and there's a small part that's missing. It's from contingency to council contracted services.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I think this could be one of the best investments we make. Certainly generating a common vision in our community of what prosperity could look like. I can help a lot in breaking down existing border silos thinking. So I will happily make the motion that council approves $10,837.50 in funding as per staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. What type of vetting process do we have for contract services? We typically ensure that our contractors are meeting the same values and et cetera that we hold dear in Clearwater County, I'm assuming.
The county does have a pre-approved vendor list, and the county has used Unstoppable Conversations before. It was during the last term, at the beginning of the last term. So as far as vetting, definitely they have to have workers' comp coverage. For those contracted services used by council, if council is not happy, then they're like removed from the list, so to speak. It truly is up to council's decision. There's no formal process other than if the contracted services amount is over the $75,000 threshold, then a request for proposal is sent out. And of course, with that, as you're familiar with, there is a scoring matrix that's attached to that. And if the contractor meets those scoring, then they're eligible for consideration.
Perfect, thank you. It's just there was some question about how we derive some of our contractors and if they meet the same type of values that we hold dear. So I just wanted to make sure that there was some type of a system that we have to ensure that that is the case. Just wanted to make sure that those concerns that I had been hearing from the public were answered. So I appreciate that.
Councillor Northcott?
Just, so Unstoppable Conversations is a consulting firm, and then these funds would be used to fund this consultant to do the presentation. Is that correct?
Yes. Unstoppable Conversations uses a certain approach to having groups come together to collaborate on whatever issues that group needs to work through. They're technically not consultants per se. However, for this particular project, I do believe that the funds will be used for ongoing coaching sessions after the initial engagement with residents and businesses and elected officials.
Okay, I'll have one more comment. I'll try and get this out in so I've mentioned it before about unnecessary roles in society. I understand the process of this is to help, you know, businesses and stuff, but I think there's a lot of successful business owners in the region, and they do collaborate where needed to make their businesses more successful. But, you know, there was an increase in residential taxes, so I don't know, to fund this, I'm not going to support it. I understand the principle of it, and it sounds good, but really, this just continues to support more unnecessary roles where people truly don't provide a valuable good or service to society, but yet paid on tax dollars. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. So I understand this is a request from the chamber. The chamber is going through this, is spearheading. This is they're going to be the bulk of the funder of this particular community transformation is presented to us. Understanding that for myself, what's been outlined as far as their, they called it a simple design as included in our package. For me, having an opportunity for our county residents and town residents and businesses to participate, I think this is great, as indicated by Councillor Ratcliffe, for many, many good economic reasons for doing that. And the last time I talked to the executive director, they were up to 94 letters of support by businesses in this area. So I think it's a strong support by the businesses to proceed with this, as they are business members. So I think it's great. So I will be supporting this because I think this is an opportunity to try something different and to maybe invigor our community. I'm all about groundswell, so anything that's driven by the community is I'm in support of. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, then I'll go to Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. I was just gonna mention all of the businesses that had signed on to support this, and I think that it is extremely important that we support those businesses. They are taxpayers too. When residential taxes went up, so did business taxes. So are those property taxes that are serving businesses. So this is an important thing for them to do when that's how many of them are signed on to it. They're asking for it. So I think that this is a very minimal ask in order to give our business community, hopefully, the transformation that is being offered in the resolution as presented. So I will support it as well.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and thank you for mentioning that business community is out there, reflecting the needs of the community as well. And so the community has said that the status quo is simply not going to do it anymore. We got to stop running around in circles, running into walls and running into red tape. So the community is saying we want to get together and create something different than the status quo. So I will be supporting the motion before us.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, motion on the floor by Councillor Ratcliffe to support the chamber ask. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you. So with that, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break. and welcome back from our break for the County Council meeting of September 24th. We are in our agenda at reports, section 6, and we're going to start with 6.1, the CAO report. I'll turn it over to CO Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. The September 24th, 2024 CAO report. First item is the Police Review Commission. The Police Amendment Act 2022 provided measures to establish an independent agency, the Police Review Commission, to receive complaints, carry out investigations, coordination of disciplinary hearings. The Police Review Commission implementation team, in collaboration with the Alberta Association of Police Governance, began work in 2023 to establish this new agency. The implementation team is in the finalization stage with the Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Services to fill the role of AAPG, Special Governance Advisor, and finished development of the policy, regulatory framework, and change management strategies for the Police Review Commission.
Thank you. Question here from Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How have they been operating for the last 2 years? So this act came in 2022. It is now 2024. Is there therefore no coordination of disciplinary hearings taking place now? I mean, I know that this council had a resolution on the floor to speed this up so that this was actually implemented, so that rural had a say, because right now we don't. What have they been doing for 2 years? It's probably also rhetorical, like Councillor Radcliffe's earlier, but I'd still love to hear your answer.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. This is not my area of expertise, but knowing a little in this, they do have internal advisory boards and investigation committees. I do know that there's also ACERT as far as an external agency if they want a third-party investigation. So my understanding is this is a new commission that would augment those existing practices and really give rural a voice, and that is new. Rural hasn't had a voice when it comes to this level of enforcement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please continue.
Thank you. Board and committee vacancies. Clearwater County is inviting individuals to help shape our future by bringing their experience and passion to a board or committee. October 4th, 2024 is the deadline for interested county residents to submit applications for the following board and committee positions, and all those positions are attached.
I believe those are advertised in the Mountaineer and Western Star and available on our website too, correct? Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. We had some of our most engagement on applications last year, so I'm putting out the challenge. I hope that we can surpass that this year. Again, I love the more people that apply for these boards, the better. It'll give us lots to choose from. Do you have a question though? We do advertise that there is honorarium and reimbursement. Do we advertise that those are different depending on if we're the managing partner of the board or if the town is the managing partner of the board? Those are different remuneration sheets and policies. Do we let people know that they're different?
CO Emmons?
I don't recall that ever being part. When we advertise out for our boards and committees, of course, it falls within our policy, but yes, obviously when it flips over to our neighboring municipality, our partner, I don't recall that split. Definitely if the question's asked, we of course are very transparent in it, but I don't recall it being part of the advertising process.
Okay, just that way people understand that it is different and if we're the managing partner or if it's a committee of ours. That way, just the transparency of it so people know about the commitment level versus the reimbursement that goes with their expenses that they incur to do this community work. So, thank you.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just wondering what will happen after amalgamation with Caroline, where Caroline has had representation on some of these boards. If that will continue or will we lose some of that voice?
CO Emmons?
Thank you. So with the amalgamation process, it is the objective of amalgamation, that voice is encompassed, not lost. That voice would fall into a new council. I would suggest we have definitely a couple of advocates of Caroline in this room. But I believe actually council itself, current council supports Caroline in many, many different ways. But the amalgamation process should not lose a voice. It would be an amalgamated.
I believe we've identified that also in the report that we submitted to Municipal Affairs, if I remember right, because we did have that discussion in our amalgamation committee. And so those, I believe that those members at large would continue, but if they were from the Village of Caroline, but the councillors could be appointed, could be changed, because we have our organizational meeting on the 7th of January, so that those might change at a council table, not necessarily at member at large. But anyways, sorry, go ahead.
I just had one more thing, is I'd like to add my voice to the Deputy Reeves to public participation, and embracing diversity is the cornerstone of democracy, and let's have a lot more interest with a lot of expertise in our community. Let's have it on these boards.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, or?
You
okay.
had already.
Okay, very good. So with that, the tracking list is action tracking list is also attached. And if there's no other further questions, looking for a motion to accept the CEO report for information. Brian, thank you. Or sorry, Councillor Cermak makes the motion. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on to 6.2, the capital status report for September 24th, 2024. We are being blessed with a nice open fall, so construction has been able to continue and wrap up, which I think is fabulous. Any questions, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I actually had questions with regards to the pavement in Leslieville. I've gotten a few phone calls and emails with regards to that pavement. I'm curious, are they still under quality control management contract, et cetera, have to come back and essentially clean up what they've left behind?
And please welcome to the table Director Hansen. Morning.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, so the Leslieville paving project is not completed yet. We have created a list of deficiencies for the contractor to return and get those cleaned up. Some of the deficiencies include removing the vegetation along the sidewalks. There's been some tar and oil that's been tracked up onto the sidewalks. It's mostly the finishing work. We're very happy actually with the product this microsurfacing that we have, the construction method that we did use in Leslieville. It's proven to be a very cost-effective way to rejuvenate that surface without having to mill out all of the joints there in between the sidewalks and lower the grade and then actually do a infill with asphalt. So it's proven to be a very cost-effective way to extend the life of that asphalt surface. But it's some of the finishing there that's been identified. Like I said, we've been getting beat up a little bit on social media, and I walked every sidewalk in that hamlet yesterday morning, and there's some merit to it. Like so that vegetation should have been removed, and a better cleanup method should have been utilized. So the contractor's been made well aware of what our expectations are, and they're expected to be there between today to start moving some of the vegetation as well as finishing the last strip on 3rd Ave there. So we're confident that we're gonna have a good product when they're done.
Excellent, I appreciate that. And thank you for the understanding that they aren't totally done and that they are going to be doing some fixes and repairs and cleanups as needed. I do have a follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
The one picture on page 65, is that the new playground in Leslieville? Sorry.
Yes, it is.
Excellent.
Yes, it is.
That is fabulous. I've not driven through the community in a little while, so I have not had the opportunity to see it installed. That's great to see. So well done, and I hope the community will get to utilize that lots before the snow flies.
Yeah, and to be fair, the rest of the site has not been completed. We're still working with the challenge of the mailboxes. the mailbox location has turned out to be a very challenging task. The Canada Post has their vision of where they should be. Likely, they are going to remain on that site, but just not against that street. There's already been traffic issues identified with people doing illegal turns on that street. So likely, it's going to come down toward Main Street, so you'll have the angle parking the new freshly painted lines there, and then they'll be able to circle out of the main part of the residential area. And Matt's still actively working on getting all the consultation for what the balance of the site is going to look like. Hopefully that report will be coming to council soon with a summary of some of the ideas that's been brought forth. So we can finish the rest of that site there hopefully next year.
Excellent, thank you. I thought they were the mailboxes, we built like an extra pad for them on a different street.
So they were previously, it was actually identified as one of the high hazard areas that actually was Canada Post wanted to have them moved from there. The lane was created to provide extra parking, particularly in front of the hotel, because there's a parking deficiency down there. So that's what created a lot of the hazard, as well as the new owners that recently bought that little wedge in between First Street or First Ave over to CN weren't really excited about having that mailbox there right in front of their new business that they plan on starting there. So we've been actively working with Canada Post to try to find a new permanent solution.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. That bridge that failed on Range Road 5-5, do we expect that to be back in service this fall, or is that going to be carry over into next year?
The safe answer is going to be a carryover till next year. There was basically I'm going to call it a catastrophic failure there with the pile cap crushing. So it's unsafe for travel. It's a 3-span bridge. So if you can imagine 2 piers and three spans of the girders that extend out there, and to have one of those fail, thank goodness that it wasn't worse than it is. Like, we actually had the evidence of a small failure, which is indicative to worse. We actually have a couple of quotes already on basically a 2-year fix or a 3-year fix to a 5-year fix compared to a replacement. So we're actually waiting for the full replacement cost. It's actually amazing that Horse Guard Creek, where a lot of those structures are all coming to end of life right at the exact same time. We're just working on that one straight east of there, which we actually took that bridge and turned it into a multi-plate culvert. So that's the other option that we'll look at for this one is the construction methods, if we can get away from that 3-span bridge and go to a multi-plate. But really the holdup is the permitting. We have to get Departments of Fisheries, Oceans. Of course, there's the construction window is very limited. So we are anticipating that east bridge will be open soon. That's the fill's all up to grade. Had a little bit of a weather pattern there last week, so they didn't get a whole bunch of progress, but I expected that it will be done within the next week and a half, 2 weeks. So that bridge will be open. But this one here, due to the nature of the repair and the failure that we've had, it'll likely be closed until we can have a permanent solution, which likely turn into next year.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah, follow up?
I have more. Regarding the Nordic Industrial Subdivision Phase 2, I was wondering what the extra cost is going to be for repairing that flooding. I would assume that some of the management of that is going to be vegetation. So are we at risk for a few years of a repeat of that erosion?
Yeah, it's one thing about Nordic in recent history is that the 1 in 50-year flood seems to be like just a regular rainstorm, whereas we get 1 in 200-year floods there twice a year. I will also put it to the fact, I think it was the erosion was probably under-designed for some of the history that we have seen up there for the rainstorms. And due to the amount of area that was disturbed and how it is all focused down into into a certain area. So we don't anticipate being over budget from what we've set out in budget this year. We do have a action plan. Our engineers are actually heading up there with staff. We're going, so all the work that was, all the damage that's been completed is outside of contractor control, so it's our expense in order to have this fixed, as well as we're going to make a more robust erosion plan. So it includes heavy rock riprap, the addition of another centerline culvert, because we don't want to do this again. So we are going to be taking some more severe measures there to ensure that we have that erosion protection plan in place. And then, of course, our biggest friend is to get vegetation established, which, you know, everything's at risk right now. We have matting down there. It has been seeded, but it'll likely have to be all reseeded again, because I said the amount of water that we had, which came at a good time, you know, considering that we were having a forest fire there 10 miles away or 5 miles away, and it was being set up as a forest fire fighting camp. So the water was welcome, but just not right there. So I guess we can't have everything.
Yeah, all right. Okay, good, thank you.
All right, Councillor Cermak?
Yes, I'd like to go to the bridge reconstruction on James River. If you have more information and what the life expectancy is that we're going to do, and what took place this year on that bridge. And it looks like it's going to be a carryover into next year. If you could get some more information on that, because I've had a few phone calls on it.
Yeah, so I believe it was just the tender and award of the bridge contract was this year. The bearings are specialized, so the procurement process for the contractor to get those materials is what holding up the entire project, really. That's why it's going to be carried forward into next year. We've done, from a maintenance perspective, we've done some strip deck improvements there to try to, you know, knock the nails down and the loose boards to address some of the drivability of the bridge. We've also reduced the speed to try to eliminate or try to reduce some of the hazard on that bridge. So yeah, it's really the procurement of these specialized bearings there that's holding up that project. So that's why it is carried forward to next year. Now, as for the life, it was only a temporary fix. Really, I don't remember what from the analytics that we provided. So yeah, COM has just informed me this should buy us about 10 to 15 years. So we're going to say conservatively 10.
So it looks like it'll stay on budget.
Yeah, it's not a concern about the budget perspective.
Okay.
It's already been awarded and tendered. This is just the waiting for those specialized materials.
Okay, and that won't happen until next year.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just quick review, the Rocky to Nordic Trail, I'm pleased to see that there's another 13 kilometers constructed. I know I've had quite a few phone calls saying great so far. A lot of use this summer, so that was awesome. And also kudos to Public Works for the construction, the road rehab that has been happening in my division up north of me. Had nothing but compliments on that process, so please pass it on. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Regarding the EV charging station in Nordegg, I see that we're now working with ATCO on that, or is that not the case? Because it was a different company that originally came requesting to set up that station. Just wondering what the background is, happened, and maybe a time frame.
Yeah, so the Coles Note versions are that I believe our economic development officer provided the presentation to council a year ago in that regard. Basically, and council provided a motion that we would provide 2 parking stalls for the installation of an EV charging station. Since then, our staff have toured the contractors, I guess, or the people that are installing this unit in the area. At first, they wanted to be up by the museum, and then they were kind of it wasn't ideal it was away from the main population. So it kind of went quiet there for 4 months, for just about 6 months. And then it's just ramped up again there that they provided us, we needed to provide them a letter of support, which we included the motion. So now they've made their application back to the province, so they're hoping to hear by December that the grant will be available to them. ATCO was always at the table as part of the group, but they weren't the group that was spearheading the initiative. So, but ATCO was always at the table, so that's why it includes ATCO. I believe like they'll be the service provider. I believe they provide the long-term maintenance for this unit.
Yeah, okay. I have another
Sure.
question again about Nordegg. In that residential area that we built last year up on the line of Lily Avenue, there was some subsidence of the soil over the deep utilities. Had we already accepted completion of that work, or how's that going to be repaired?
No, we haven't accepted that yet. We are still working with the contractor. There is some negotiation with them as regard, there again, it was another severe rainstorm that we had last year that the contractor is claiming that was attributed to partially of what the failures were. That's not our opinion. Our opinion is that, you know, it was at every utility connection into the lot is where the sidewalks have settled, as well as the curb in some places. So we are currently working with the contractor, our engineers, to come up with a payment solution there for, you know, is there a partial fault for weather-related that could be attributed to a weather-related failure compared to what if it was, you know, lack of quality of compaction, for example. So there might be some negotiating with that. The nice part about this summer is given another summer for the material to settle. So we didn't run in there and try to pull out all the concrete and then re-pour it again. If, you know, we're hoping to actually have another, but, you know, the summer worth of settling as well as another freeze-thaw cycle. So we come in there and hopefully get that repaired next year. But we have not accepted that project as complete yet because we are still working with the contractor and the engineers on how that's going to be fixed.
Will that delay our ability to have those lots for sale?
Not really. You know, with the survey, I believe is underway. Shallow utilities are still not installed there. We're getting really close, but with the shallow utility engineer as well as Fortis, they're finalizing the approval. They're hoping to still have that work completed this fall. The demand hasn't been high. We haven't heard any calls. We're still getting other lots back in the other subdivision, so it hasn't been pressing. I've been pressing it with our team that this needs to get done. But we can still do those repairs on the sidewalk there with that lots being purchased.
Thank you. I appreciate your open answers.
That's all I got.
Keep
I have
going.
one, this could be my last one.
Okay.
I'm not sure where this Bull Hill gravel pit, but I still have an open question in my mind about the Horberg pit development, that it wasn't meeting expectations for production. And is there a final outcome on that? What's expected to happen there?
So we don't have a final outcome yet. So we're re-engaging the engineering firm that provided the initial testing, and they will be coordinating additional testing. So I will be sure to include that in the report in the future when that gets done. Like I said, it's not our highest priority right now because we know that the site has been cleared. We don't plan on sending a crusher in there. We will be going down into Bull Hill in order to get that material prepped. As for Horberg, we do need to spend additional time and energy to prove out that deposit. So like I say, I will happily keep council informed of the progress there.
All right. Thank you. That is my last question on this.
All right. So with that, if there's no other further questions for administration, I would entertain a motion for the capital status report for 2024 be accepted for information. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe, thank you. Thank you. No further questions. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. We have item 6.3, which was the regular council meeting minutes. I think that was a typo, so we will just move to strike that from the record, or that we will from there. Now moving on to 6.4 is the verbal council reports, and I will start on my right, and I'll start with Councillor Loughy, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. It's been a busy couple of weeks. So I'll just touch on a few of the highlights for me. Definitely was great to be out at the Curtis Field opening, where all the stakeholders were present for that great addition to our greater community of having a lit playing field to benefit the community for many years to come. Again, strategic planning, great chance to look forward to set our agendas and priorities as we move into the future. Ultimately, good discussions at the Broadband Committee meeting of planning that process as well. MPC was a busy moment as well. Lots happening within our community, as with the land use bylaw review process too. Also, it was great to meet after a number of months of not meeting with the ASB, just kind of getting some fundamentals around some of the challenges that are there, and more specifically, just a focus on weed notices and some of the challenges within the community of having that. It's always a challenging process to see what the best approach to getting people into compliance with weeds within the community is. So I'll probably just leave it at that then, unless there were any questions.
Yeah, any questions for Councillor Loughy? Seeing none, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, Councillor Loughy's right. It's been a really busy couple of weeks. I joined the Reeve at the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services Advancement Ceremony, where some firefighters transitioned from their orange buckets to their black buckets, which is great to see them get to do that. That's fabulous, and have them be able to serve the community in another way. And I thank them for their service, and their families for that matter. Being a firefighting family it's a lot. Speaking from experience, and the families give up just as much as those members do to serve our community, and I thank them for that. I then headed up to Smoky Lake County to Métis Crossing for the unveiling of the North Saskatchewan River being designated a heritage river through the Canadian Heritage River group. What an amazing treat that was to be a part of. And it's funny because the senator that spoke there, Senator Simons, she said that this river in particular is the circulatory system of this province, and I truly think that is very accurate. And Smoky Lake County and their planning department did an amazing job, along with the North Saskatchewan River Alliance, to work with them on getting that designated. It's been years and years of work to get that accomplished, so congratulations to them. I also joined with the Curtis Field lighting and strat planning and broadband and in Municipal Planning Commission, and you spoke very well on all of those. ICC with the town we had last week as well. Productive, and I look forward to the decisions that have been made there, the recommendations that have been made there, coming back to respective councils for an official decision. Land Use Bylaw Steering Committee, I always enjoy that group because I'm a dork when it comes to a land use bylaw. So, and I really am looking forward to seeing changes made to that. Some of the challenges being things like the IA parcels, et cetera, and cleaning up a lot of that stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing that finished and rolling out. Ag Board, as was mentioned, just a couple highlights from that meeting. The team custom sprayed 3,200 acres this year, which is 1,000 more than last year. And they were able to go to 134 radical weed sites. 103 canola fields were inspected for clubroot this year, and only 5 were positive, which is great. 15 corn fields and 2 sample wheat fields were tested for fusarium, and they were all negative, so that's great to hear. That team works really hard to try to keep us at a very high standard when it comes to our clubroot and radical weed programs. But one of, like Councillor Law had mentioned, one of the biggest issues can be education. So I wanted to suggest that perhaps there's an opportunity for us to put it in either a tax notice or assessment notices that go out. Perhaps an education pamphlet on the different programs that Clearwater County Ag Services can help provide to help them on their fight against the weeds in the county, to try to keep them at bay, particularly around our eradicables, because those are at no cost to the landowner. We just merely want those to be removed from the landscape. And we amended a policy, the clubroot policy, to include a warning when it is found, rather than going straight to a notice. That way it can be more relationship building with these ag producers rather than straight potential conflict. So there's some of my highlights. Sorry for being so long-winded. I'm happy to take questions.
Awesome. Any questions for Deputy Miller? Councillor Northcott?
Has there been any decisions or anything for preventative measures to prevent any future spread of clubroot?
Deputy Miller?
So the policy that the Clearwater County goes by is the same one that has been done by the University of Alberta. It references the same type of rotations, and that is what is encouraged and then enforced upon the 4-year rotation. And there's lots of education available at Ag Services for those that want to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Okay, no, I was just wondering if there was any information that could be presented to residents just at this point in time, just as a useful reminder of ways to prevent the spread of clubroot. But
Well, being the 4-year rotation is probably the #1 way to prevent the ongoing number of spores within the soil, but moving your equipment and washing it in between fields, et cetera, so you don't spread it around your fields, will probably be some of the best work that you can do, especially if you have found it. That's really good proactive maintenance for your equipment anyway, but it'll help prevent the spread of not just clubroot, but many other funguses, et cetera, onto your other fields.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Actually, haven't been overly busy. I attended the strategic planning meeting virtually, Broadband, and the LUB committee meeting there as well. Other than that, I don't have really anything else to report as far as council goes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I attended a number of events or meetings that have already been discussed. The one outstanding would be FCSS that Councillor Northcott and I attended, and one of the main objectives of that meeting was to distribute remaining funds that hadn't been already allocated out so that they can be active in the community and produce results. That's all I have.
Okay. So question for you then, Councillor Ratcliffe. There's no more funds left to be distributed, or is there a small percentage still for the, I'll just say before the year end?
There is a relatively small amount of,
okay, yeah. I don't need to know the exact
25,
number.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
But still to, we're hoping for some programs to come in before the end of the year as well.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the fall, something pops up, and it's always nice to have a little in the kitty to be able to help support that. So yeah, I totally understand that. All right, thank you for your report. Moving on then to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve. First, I would like to thank you for taking my place at the Caroline Ag meeting. I do appreciate I took a week off because my wife had some operations, and I felt that she needed a week away from home to be able to heal properly, and that's what we did. So I appreciate the rest of the council picking up my slack. I really did appreciate that. And the only one thing I have is the LUB moving ahead. I think that's great. We're having some good meetings. The only thing I hope to see, this is me talking, I would love to see that finished by the end of the year, or at least by the end of the first quarter of next year. I do not want this LUB to become a political issue in next year's election in October. We need to keep pushing this, and as council, we need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. All right, real quick for myself, as Deputy Reeve Mello has mentioned, we were both at the firefighters advancement ceremony. Again, I was with a lot of the other events as the same as council, such as strategic planning, the broadband committee, the AICC, LUB. For myself, I did an extra interview with B94. They wanted to just discuss a county point of view going to the upcoming AB Munis conference, so that, you know, just the differences between the conferences. So provided him with that information. On the September 18th, I attended the inaugural Central Alberta Female Munis Networking Group hosted by Carstairs, where it was a very good evening. It was all about safety. In regards to the safety plan, where's our exits when we are at a council meeting? How are we going to, you know, in regards to not only personal safety, but also online safety and that stuff, which I believe our council is, you know, equipped up. So it was good discussion. They had some experts in the room to help us, you know, take our questions and give us some more pointers. I also attended an ASHA board meeting last Friday. They're celebrating their 60th anniversary next year, so hoping to have a very celebratory conference. The premier's invited, and they're already putting together a really good list of presenters and panels, so looking forward to that. And also looking for an MLA that would like to champion housing in general. Just that used to be the MLA Richard Godfrey from Calgary. He was a big proponent not only for housing but also for airports. He was a great, now that he's retired. So looking for that support. And I also attended last evening the Clearwater Regional Housing Foundation AGM. So I found that very good, interesting to see where they were at in their process. They've been around now for 8 years, and just seeing where they were aligned. They did read out though that Cindy Easton had formally resigned, and so Candace Trebecki, I probably butchered her name, is continuing on as chair, but Cindy will be focusing her efforts with Mountain Rose and going forward. So, and that's it for my report. So with that, if someone would like to make a motion to accept the councillor verbal reports, oh, go ahead. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Looking at 6.5, any questions in regards to the councillor remuneration? If not, looking for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Cermak, thank you. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. We have 2 items in regards to the Rimbey RCMP media report. One from September 4th to 11th, the other one from 11th to the 18th. I would maybe do a combined motion to accept those for information. Okay, thank you, Councillor Northcott. Is there any questions on those? I see this is a new type of report, so it's very interesting to read. All those in favor to accept for information? And that motion Motion's carried. Yep, sorry, my hand probably went for yours, it's all good. Excellent, we're now into the correspondence section. So we have 7.1 is the Rimbey RCMP. Of course, the back to school traffic safety reminder, and then 7.2 is the Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors in regards to Rocky Gas Co-op, gasification project to Nordegg. Any comments, questions on that, any of those items? If not, looking for a motion to accept correspondence. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. All right, so we're now going into our closed session, looking for a motion to go into closed session. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, all those in favor? And that motion's carried. And we're back from our closed session. We're going to now take our lunch break, and we'll be back at about 12:45, 1 o'clock. We'll go 1 o'clock. And welcome back. We just finished our lunch. We do have a few more, I'm going to continue our discussion in closed session, so motion to go back into closed session. Councillor Ratcliffe, all those in favor? Thank you. Carried. Thank you and welcome back. We're now out of closed session and we do have a couple of motions coming out of closed session. So in regards to the first one, 8.1, I'll make the motion that council directs administration to research, investigate, report back to a future meeting, council regional opportunity realignment. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor? And that motion's carried, thank you. And then we have a second motion that council direct administration to investigate and report options for heated storage to meet the needs of the organization. Councillor Cermak is going to make that motion? Yes. Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. So with that, I believe we have covered everything in the agenda today. Just looking for one last motion for adjournment. Oh, thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? And thank you. And thank you for joining us today.